actually spends $1 million every hour of every day on R&D.
That's in addition to a $39 billion investment to design and build vehicles in the USA.
Made in America means something to Toyota, like over 170,000 jobs and over 32 million Toyotas built right here in the USA.
And for over 20 years, Toyota's electrified vehicles have led the way to a better tomorrow.
The more you know, the more you'll drive Toyota.
Let's go places.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Keeneland welcomes Jessica McKinney to the paddock. Jessica is a native Lexingtonian and musician. She performs locally with a variety of musical groups and is an active part of the Lexington Lab Band. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize J.C. Denny from Guest Services as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, J.C. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast. The turf is listed good. The rail at 0 feet today on the turf course. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning of the first race. Race 1 starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. It's also where the early pick 5 gets underway. In the opener, scratch number 4, Mila Junes, and scratch the 6, Ida Lou. Again, scratch 4, Mila Junes, and scratch 6, Ida Lou. Second race, start of the early pick 4. Scratch number 4, La Marinera. Scratch the 5, Jet Sweep Joe. Scratch the 9, Bostonian. And scratch 13, Ace It. That's in the second race. Scratch the 4, La Marinera. Scratch the 5, Jet Sweep Joe. Scratch the 9, Bostonian. And scratch number 13, Ace It. Third race, scratch the 10, Bushido. Scratch the 10, Bushido. Please note, contrary to the program, the 2, Chiseler, does not receive Lasix. 2, Chiseler does not receive Lasix. Overweight, the 4, Awesome Aaron, jockey 1 pound over. 4, Awesome Aaron, jockey 1 pound over. Fourth race. Scratch the 8, Cleopatra Celine. That's in the fourth race. Scratch number 8, Cleopatra Celine. Race 5, start of the pick 6. Also start of that Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. In race 5, scratch 13, Queen's Fable. That's race 5. Scratch 13, Queen's Fable. Sixth race, start of the late pick 5. In that sixth event, scratch the 2, Scatify. Scratch the 2, Scatify. Overweight, number 8, Bolt at Midnight, jockey 1 pound over. 8, Bolt at Midnight, jockey 1 pound over. Seventh race starts the late pick 4. Scratch the 2, Harbor Springs. Scratch the 7, Just Great. Scratch the 8, Viscountess. And scratch the 10, Roswell. That's in race 7. Scratch the 2, Harbor Springs. Scratch number 7, Just Great. Scratch number 8, Viscountess. And scratch the 10, Roswell. Race 8, the Transylvania, presented by Keeneland Select. Take out the 13 and 14, Royal Majesty and Camaro Z. They did not draw into the race. That's in race 8. Take out 13 and 14, Royal Majesty, Camaro Z. They did not draw into the race. Overweight, number 2, Guy Named Joe, jockey 1 pound over. That's the 2, Guy Named Joe, the jockey, 1 pound over. Ninth race. Featured Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. No changes in race 9. 10th and final race, which will include that Toyota Super High 5 wager. In the 10th event, take out 13 and 14, Mont Saint-Michel and Foreseen. Take out 13 and 14, Mont Saint-Michel and Foreseen. They did not draw into the race. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Well, happy opening day to you, Kurt Becker, and for all of you joining us here on opening day. Scott Hazelton, so happy to have Gabby Gaudette next to me here at Keeneland Racecourse as we get set for a big opening day and a very big opening weekend for the spring meeting.
I'm so happy to be back, Scott, and there is no better place to be than Keeneland during the spring or the fall, and it's a blockbuster weekend. We have Oaks points on the line, obviously, later today in the Ashland, and, of course, Derby points on the line tomorrow in the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass.
But 10 races today, 3 stakes races starting in race number 7, the Lafayette, $400,000 on the line, post time at 4:12. The Transylvania, Grade 3 Transylvania Stakes presented by Keeneland Select, bringing together some of the best as far as the 3-year-olds on the turf. And then, as you mentioned, Kentucky Derby, Kentucky Oaks points on the line. Oaks points on the line for the fillies in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. And this is as good of a Grade 1 as you will see in the springtime, bringing Just FYI back to racing off of her 2-year-old championship season. But it's not going to be an easy test for Just FYI.
It's not going to be easy at all. The top 3 finishers of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies are back today, which is, it's going to be an outstanding race. And one horse to not be forgotten is a horse that didn't compete in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and that's Impel for trainer Brad Cox and Juddmont Farms. This looks like a very special filly.
Special day, opening day of the spring meet. 3 stakes races ahead. A lot to look forward to as we close in on the first of 10 on opening day here at Keeneland. We're now just 19 minutes away from the opener, starting the meet with a starter 50, a starter allowance, $50,000 starter allowance race for fillies, 3-year-olds, which have started for that claiming price of $50,000 or less, and which have not won 2 other than maiden or claiming. The about 7 furlongs distance is the trip in which these fillies will ask to be competing here in less than 18 minutes. The number 1 horse is the current choice, Play Good, Pay Good, my top selection for Michael Dubb and Rick Dutrow. This is a filly by Congrats who moves over to the Rick Dutrow barn for the first time since her career debut, where she was running at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet back in October of 2023. Now, she tried turf last time out, didn't quite take to it, and the race prior to that at Fairgrounds was just too deep a water for her as she ran into a filly by the name of Tarifa, who won the Fairgrounds Oaks and is one of the leading Kentucky Oaks contenders that we have in 2024. So getting back into a easier class level for her, also getting back to 1 turn. She's got speed. Irad Ortiz Jr. is going to have to use it from that inside draw. 2-1, a fair price on the favor right now, my top selection. She's been as low as 8-5 in the early wagering, but she's holding at 2-1 right now as it stands. The second choice is my second choice as well. That is Betty Davis, the number 8 horse for Michael Tomlinson. This is an Oscar Performance filly that is coming off of synthetic runs at Turfway Park this past winter. She'll cut back in distance, which I think is one of the biggest advantages that she has from her form coming into this race, is the cut back in distance. She ran well on dirt at Churchill back in November of last year during her 2-year-old season, where she was second in a high-level maiden special weight event in November of 2023. So outside draw with Jose Ortiz, as Irad and Jose, the brothers, they'll be going heads up with the top 2 choices in the wagering right now. She has that outside draw, which I think is an advantage for her versus Play Good, Pay Good, who's drawn to the inside. But as I mentioned, I think the 1 does have the speed to deal with post position number 1. And then the number 9 horse, my third selection, that is Berlane for Alexis Clare. She has 1 race here at Keeneland. That was her career debut, where she was hung out wide as far as the post position. She's drawn wide today, but she gets a couple of slots in, a couple of stalls in, and with the 2 scratches, so she'll be leaving from post 7. That's obviously much better than post 12 in her only other race here at Keeneland. But she's been on the grass as of late, but she's run well on the main track as well. Broke her maiden for 30 at Fairgrounds the day in which she was claimed off of Klein Racing and Brad Cox. But she'll shorten up in distance to a 1-turn scenario off of 2-turn races at Fairgrounds on turf at 1 mile and 7.5 furlongs. So she's getting that change as far as back to the one-turn trip, which I think will be advantageous, and she won't be far off of Betty Davis, the 8, who's at 5-2. It's a great betting race. Race number 1, less than 16 minutes to post. Starts our first double of the day with that reduced takeout of just 15% for all doubles here at Keeneland Racecourse. Also, your first pick 3 opportunity and the popular 50-cent pick 5, early pick 5 begins in race number 1. Good luck here on opening day at Keeneland Racecourse.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Starter allowance for 3-year-old fillies, the Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. A reminder, scratch the 4, Mila Junes, and scratch the 6, Idaloo. Double and pick 3 wagering started the early pick 5. Main track is fast. The turf listed good. Post time for the first in 7 minutes.
Horses front side in their warm-up for race number 1 of this spring meet at Keeneland Racecourse with less than 6 minutes to post. Here's the 2-horse Lubu with Tyler Connor in the saddle. Just some observations from him to the paddock to this post parade. He was a little anxious being saddled down in the paddock. They had to saddle him on the walk, but he certainly settled down since that process in the paddock to now coming out and being out on the track. He's 24-1. He does lack a bit of form when it comes to comparing him to the rest of these horses, but at least a positive move forward in his attitude from the paddock to his warm-up here at 22-1. That's the number 2 horse, Lubu. Let's take a look at the number 3 horse, No Shug for Pop, for trainer Ben Colebrook. He may just be a better horse than the last time we saw him race on dirt. He picked it up in his races at Turfway Park. He's well turned out. She is daughter of Hardspun, the Keeneland September sale graduate from 2022. A vast improvement from her first 2 starts back in 2023 to her 2 runs now at the age of 3 where she was routing. She'll cut back in distance, and I think she does have enough tactical speed based on her 2 sprints and the way that those route races are run to hang with these horses. 9-2, a fair price, ridden by Luan Machado in the spring meet opener. And then let's take a look at the 8-horse Betty Davis, who is 5-2. She's well turned out as well for Bloom Racing and trainer Michael Tomlinson. Getting back on dirt, she's my second choice in here, and not obviously swaying from that based on the way that she looks, the daughter of Oscar Performance, as Gabby and I were talking about on Today at Keeneland. The sons and daughters of Oscar Performance, he was a brilliant grade 1 performer on turf, but his sons and daughters have really taken to both surfaces, dirt, synthetic, or all 3 surfaces for that matter, dirt, synthetic, and obviously as well as turf. We're less than 5 minutes away from the opener at Keeneland Racecourse, and the pick 5 pool is growing quickly. Nearly $400,000 already in the pool. Should be looking at a $500,000 plus once the dust settles for the opener at Keeneland. Best of luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. High Fashion Kate comes forward. 3 to load. The last 2 going in. Betty Davis and Burlane. At the post. And they're off. Play Good, Pay Good is there to the inside, and High Fashion Kate has early speed, and these two come to the front together to vie for the early lead. Betty Davis is next, and then Corkage Fee, who moves up in between horses, now taking third, a half length. Betty Davis is in fourth. Burlane settles back toward the far outside in fifth. Lubu is in sixth position, and No Shug for Pop is last of the 7 for the move up the backstretch. Play Good, Pay Good leads it by a length and a half to High Fashion Kate, who's second, opening quarter 21.82 seconds. So over to the far turn they go. Corkage Fee has slid down toward the rail third, 2 lengths off the lead. Third a length to Betty Davis, still toward the outside. In fourth, Burlane hugs the rail to the far turn in fifth. Lubu is in sixth position. No Shug for Pop, last of the 7, midway on the final turn. Play Good, Pay Good leads it by a length. Now here's Betty Davis, swings up to the far outside. Still got High Fashion Kate in second, though, in between horses. Top 3 separated a length and a half to the top of the stretch. And then Corkage Fee, fourth, still 4 lengths off the lead to the inside of Burlane in fifth. Play Good, Pay Good swings wide off the far turn. Here comes Betty Davis. Fashion Kate is in behind that pair, and High Fashion Kate tries to get going. Betty Davis needs to find more. Play Good, Pay Good is still the leader. Opens up by 3, by 4 past the 8th pole. Play Good, Pay Good, the leader by a widening 5-length margin. Betty Davis, High Fashion Kate come next. 16th to go. Play Good, Pay Good. Irad Ortiz Jr. drawing clear down the stretch. Play Good, Pay Good to take the opener for Keeneland spring meeting. Betty Davis was home second. High Fashion Kate was third, and Corkage Fee was fourth.
She broke well, and she was able to establish that lead, and she went fast in doing so, opening up in 21-4 and 45-2, but was able to keep on going. Play Good, Pay Good. Irad for Rick Dutrow and owner Michael Dubb, making it look easy at odds of 9-5. The runner-up, the number 8, at odds of 5-2. That's Betty Davis. And then checking in third, the number 5 horse, High Fashion Kate. But the speed holds in the opener here at Keeneland.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 1, Play Good, Pay Good, finished first. Number 8, Betty Davis, was second. Number 5, High Fashion Kate, was third. Number 7, Corkage Fee, was fourth. 1857, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, number 1, Play Good, Pay Good, owned by Michael Dubb and C2 Racing Stable LLC of Clint Cornett and Mark Cornett. Trained by Rick Dutrow, Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. Play Good, Pay Good. 3-year-old filly by Congrats out of Racin' with Grayson by Victory Gallop, bred in Kentucky by Dr. Oscar Benavides. The Beard course, about 7 furlongs, 1 minute, 25.02 seconds. First race, results official. 1857, the official results for Keeneland's first. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf listed good, rail at 0 feet on the turf course today. A reminder in the second race, scratch the 4, La Marinera. Scratch the 5, Jet Sweep Joe. Scratch 9, Bostonian, and scratch 13, Ace It.
Race number 2 started the early pick 4 here at Keeneland Racecourse. 2-year-olds, our first 2-year-old race of the meet. And part of the tradition of 2-year-old racing here at Keeneland in the spring is looking forward to the Wesley Ward runners. And that first of the many that we'll see this meet is the 12-horse Shoot It True for Ice Wine Stable and Smart Choice Stable. This a filly by Munnings that was purchased for $340,000 last summer up in New York, and she's been working fast from the gate. She's been pretty mellow filly just looking at her down here in the paddock, but she's got that build of Wesley Ward 2-year-olds that are just so far advanced, and the ones that he chooses to run as 2-year-olds during this spring meet. She is a well-dappled out filly. Again, referencing those fast gate workouts, she's worked in 34-3 out of the gate as recently as March 8th. She's had nothing but 3 furlong works to prepare for her career debut here today. Gets an outside draw going the 4.5 furlongs. She's 2-5. You expect prices like this when you're coming to the spring meet with Wesley Ward, especially in these 2-year-old races. So Shoot It True. We'll see if she can live up to the expectations placed on her since arriving here at Keeneland under the care of Wesley Ward in those Wesley Ward blinkers, which are so easy to pick up when racing here at Keeneland Racecourse. So Shoot It True, she will be an odds-on favorite in and amongst this group, and we'll see if Wesley can get on the board with his first 2-year-old winner this meet. The number 3 horse, Strummin' for John Hancock, another barn that you've got to take a look at when dealing with these 2-year-old races during the springtime here at Keeneland. He's a good-feeling colt. This is a son of Flame Away for John Hancock, and Victor LeBron will get the opportunity. Pretty gray son of Flame Away. Just a $12,000 purchase at the Keeneland January sale of last year. And we had a chance to visit him at the barn just yesterday morning. He was feeling good in the cold weather and doing the same down here in the paddock as well. And John Hancock has been very bullish on his 2-year-olds that he'll be turning loose this meet at Keeneland Racecourse. So 9-2 right now as the second choice. Draws a little further to the inside, which can't hurt his cause in this 4.5 furlong trip. But Strummin' well turned out as we expected to see down here in the paddock. And then the number 10 horse, that is Vinegar Hill for John Ennis, colt by Frosted. He's quick, I can say that. John was showing me video of him working from the gate recently here at Keeneland Racecourse, and he outbroke his workmate very easily. He said he may be a little bit green. That's one of the concerns that he has for him. But if he breaks sharp, he will be a horse that certainly can make an impact on this race. He's 8-1 on the board right now. And John Ennis, speaking of trainers to look at for 2-year-old races at Keeneland during the springtime, John would be one at the top of the list, with this Frosted colt being the first of 2024. Less than 15 minutes to post. We'll see how these youngsters behave with their continuing process through the first of their many races during their career from the paddock over to the front side, and provide you front side observations when they head out. But 1-2 now on Shoot It True, the Wesley Ward debuter here in race number 2. 2-year-olds coming up at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Elm Tree, maiden special weight, 2-year-olds, Headley course. 4.5 furlongs, the track listed fast. Scratch number 4, La Marinera. Scratch the 5, Jet Sweep Joe. Scratch the 9, Boston Tonian. And scratch 13, Ace It. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf good. Post time in 7 minutes.
Less than 5 minutes away from race number 2 with these 2-year-olds that'll be making their career debuts at 4.5 furlongs. I was drawn towards the one-horse Turnbuckle from a looks perspective. He's a pretty far physically advanced son of Global Campaign who draws post 1 with Luis Saez, which is a positive here in the opener. And trainer Lance Rutledge hasn't sent out a lot of first-time starters as of late, just 2 lately. But one of them have hit the board. Lance Rutledge, his stats in a maiden special weight event, 29% winners from just a sample size of 7. But I'm impressed by the looks of this colt. Just an $8,500 yearling at the Keeneland September sale last year. But Turnbuckle, 12-1 right now. He is a good-looking 2-year-old getting set for his first career start. The number 3 horse, Strumman, he's continued with this high energy. He did it in the post parade. He's doing it right now as he's moved away from the pony and about to reunite with the pony. But he has felt good every single time I've seen him. And we'll see if he can settle in and get focus on the race here today. Just not wanting to go with the pony at this time. But the Gray Son of Flame Away continues to be the second choice at odds of 5-1. As now he is a bit more focused and moving forward in this warm-up process. But it is tough to ignore the action on the Wesley Ward runner and ignore the way that the 12-horse Shoot It True looks. A just gorgeous filly here getting set to take on the boys. She's bigger than these boys. She is just physically advanced compared to them. And mentioned the purchase price for these connections led by Ice Wine Stable and Smart Choice Stable. She looks as good as a 2-year-old that you will see this meet. I promise you that. And the wagering is responding to that at odds of 1-2, as we'll see if she can live up to those fast workouts here for that first start of her career. Start of the pick 4, the poll over $130,000 with a 50-cent minimum wager. Less than 3 minutes away from our first 2-year-old race of the spring meet here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Elm Tree. Start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Strumman and Vinegar Hill moving into line. Shoot It True, the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Shoot It True from the outside comes out for the lead. Strumman has early speed as well. Indigo Wind and then Vinegar Hill moves up. Strumman has lost a position now. Shadow moves up quickly to the inside. Third, down to challenge for second. Further back, Baytown Baracus between horses. El Dandy swings to the far outside but near the back of the pack. And then For the Love of Run and Turnbuckle, who is last. Shoot It True has opened up on a 7-length lead to the top of the stretch. Shoot It True. Quarter mile to go. Gap of 7 more lengths back to Indigo Wind, who swings up second up on the outside. And then Shadow back toward the inside, who's third. Then a gap of 5 more lengths back to Vinegar Hill. Shoot It True into the final furlong, has a 6-length lead. And then comes Indigo Wind in second. It's a 16th to go here for Shoot It True. And Tyler Gaffalione. It's going to be a late run for Strumman to the inside, going to pick up second. But well behind Shoot It True. Spectacular debut. Then it was Strumman who did come up the inside to grab second. 52.04 seconds.
She was fast from the flag fall, and it turned out to be that's all. As quick as a 2-year-old can be away from the starting gate, Shoot It True was just that. This daughter of Munnings geared down in the final 8th, just toying with this group of colts here today. The filly beats the boys and beats up on them by many lengths. Strumman finally got his head in the game, and he rallies up for second. The 3 and the 2 will round out the trifecta, but many traditions here at Keeneland, we know that. And so one of them in modern racing history is Wesley Ward in these 2-year-olds, and he strikes first here in race number 2.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: number 12, Shoot It True, was first. Number 3, Strumman, was second. Number 2, Chado, third. The 11, Indigo Wind, fourth. 12-3-2-11, unofficial. Results of race 2 official. 12-3-2-11, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's second race, the Elm Tree. Number 12, Shoot It True, owned by the Icewine stable of David Reed, owned by the Smart Choice stable of Diana Anderson, trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Shoot It True, 2-year-old filly by Munnings out of To the Moon Alice by Malibu Moon, bred in New York by Old Tavern Farm, LLC. Headley course, 4.5 furlongs, fast track, 52.04 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Elm Tree trophy presentation to the connections of Shoot It True. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Turf listed good, rail at 0 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. In this third race, Scratch the 10 Bushido. Again, Scratch the 10 Bushido. A reminder, contrary to the program, the 2 Chisler does not receive Lasix. Number 2 Chisler does not receive Lasix. Overweight, the 4 Awesome Aaron, jockey 1 pound over.
Race number 3, they'll be competing on the turf course at 5.5 furlongs. Second level allowance race, $120,000 purse. Great betting race right now. Scratch the number 10 horse in this field of now 9. So 9 runners to compete in race number 3. I'm going to the one-horse Counter Strike, the chestnut son of Street Boss, lightly raced 7-year-old. This will be only start 20 of his career, but he looks fit and well turned out here for his return to Keeneland for trainer John Ennis. We've only seen him race once here at Keeneland in the past, and that was a third-place finish. But he's a better horse than the last time we saw him here in Lexington, Kentucky. He wintered at Turfway Park, sprinting in those all-weather races between 6 and 6.5 furlongs. Ran into a very good all-weather surface horse in Antares in both of those starts. So he's back onto grass for the first time since a run at Kentucky Downs in September when he ran in Grade 2 company, which was taken by Gear Jockey. This is the right spot for him. He's a fit. He's a good price. He's 6-1. Inside draw. Needs to show some quickness, which he has to him. I like Counter Strike a lot, and especially combined with the price he is. He's 6-1 on the board right now. Edgar Morales gets the opportunity to ride him for the first time since a run back in December at Fairgrounds in an off-the-turf event. The number 6 horse, Run Curtis Run, for trainer Mike Maker, and Irad Ortiz Jr. gets the opportunity as he picked up the opener, looking for his second win early on in this card. Here's a horse that hasn't run in a couple of months. He's not got the speed as of late in his sprint races. He's been tending to come from just off the pace, and that'll be useful. If he breaks sharp, he can hang there as well. Obviously, the presence of Irad is going to dictate the wagering on a horse like this, especially trained by Mike Maker, but he's a fit in here as well, getting back onto turf after a synthetic run in his most recent race in February, a race that was taken off the turf course. So he certainly is a strong contender in here as the coast's second choice at 3-1. And then finally, the number 9 horse to the outside, that is B.D. Valesky for trainer Greg Foley and Tyler Gaffleone. He's looking for back-to-back wins, having just won that 2-year-old race for Wesley Ward. In my opinion, he's just not as effective at Fairgrounds. Here's a horse that also has run at Keeneland in the past, run well. But if you cross out those Fairgrounds races, his form prior was very effective. He's a closer, and we'll see if he is able to do that here today. So B.D. Valesky, the number 9 at 16-1. I'll give him a pass on that Fairgrounds winter that he had coming back here to Keeneland. We'll see how he handles this group here today. But the favorite is the number 3 horse right now. That is Mo Stash for BBN Racing and Vicky Oliver coming off the 6-month layoff. We'll see how he fares in and amongst this company. He won the Transylvania a year ago on opening day at Keeneland during the spring meet, going a longer distance, but he's sprinting today at 5.5, and Saez will be in the saddle. Less than 17 minutes away from race number 3, our first turf race of the spring meet here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Race 3, the Hunter Valley, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up, 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good. Rail at 0 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch 10, Bushido. 10, Bushido scratched. A reminder, contrary to the program, number 2, Chisler, does not receive Lasix. 2, Chisler does not receive Lasix. Overweight, the 4, Awesome Errant, jockey 1 pound over. Post time at 8 minutes.
The price keeps coming down on Counter-Strike, the number 1 horse who we're watching warm up here for race number 3. Counter-Strike, the 7-year-old son of Street Boss. He was 6-1 when we were talking about him over in the paddock. He's come down 2 points, now down to 4-1. So the action continues to come in on this son of Street Boss for John Ennis. He is a big boy. He is built like a sprinter. He's got such a prototypical sprint body to him. He's impressed me every step of the way, certainly fit and ready to go here today. And you've got to take note of the action on the tote board in those wind pulls for him to come down to 4-1 from 6-1 about 10 minutes ago. Let's go to a horse that we haven't touched on. That is Molto Vivace for Chris Davis, the number 7 horse, McLean's Music Gelding. He's had some good runs at Turfway Park. He had good energy coming here to the front side. Might be one that has to pick up some lengths on some of these other horses in here, but like the way that he looks warming up under Jose Ortiz. He's got some positional speed to him as well. His previous turf races came in Del Mar back in the summer months of last year, running for $25,000 and $32,000, but he might just be a better horse from the last time we saw him racing on turf. He is a big price, in fact, the biggest price, second biggest price at 25-1. Not a lot of change from favoritism. It's still between the 3 and the 5 most stash. And now Judge Davis, referencing him, horse that will be trying to pick off horses as we saw from him back in October of last year. He's had one run since his last race here at Keeneland. That was an 8th place finish where he was a big price. He was 26-1 that day in a very quickly run race down at Gulfstream Park. But he's vying for favoritism in a race that certainly is one that you could go in many different directions. And looking forward to our first turf race of this spring meet, race number 3, second level allowance condition, going 5.5 furlongs as the turf is still listed as good. Best of luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Hunter Valley. Moving into line for the third race. Mustache goes in. Volto Vivace. Awesome Aaron into line. B.D. Valesky, last one to load. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Run, Curtis, Run broke alertly. Mustache and Chisler all have speed as well. Counter Strike up close to the inside. B.D. Valesky away running fifth on the far outside. Awesome Aaron down toward the inside is in sixth. Judge Davis between horses, 5 lengths off the lead. A lane off the rail in seventh into the far turn. And then comes Molto Vivace in eighth. Red Hot Rod is ninth at the back toward the rail, 7 lengths off the lead. Back up front, Chisler leading Mustache by only a neck around the far turn. Run, Curtis, Run caught wide around the turn and third, a length off the front pair, inching forward. And then Counter Strike. Now Counter Strike is still there toward the inside, right where he started against the rail, but is still 2 lengths off the lead as they turn for home. Chisler has the lead. Mustache is there. Counter Strike looks for running room. And then Run, Curtis, Run up on the outside. Here's Mustache challenging Chisler for the lead. And then Run, Curtis, Run, and Counter Strike is in fourth. Final furlong, Mustache kicking on now. Scoots on by, opens up by 3 lengths. It is Mustache in front to Run, Curtis, Run, and Counter Strike. Mustache, Luis Saez, Mustache to win it. Run, Curtis, Run home second. Counter Strike across the wire third.
Last year's Transylvania winner cutting back in distance and doing so stylishly. Mustache off the 6-month-plus layoff makes it look very easy here today. When he was asked to kick on under Luis Saez, he kicks on and wins this one by about 2 lengths in the end. The Keeneland September sale graduate from 2021 getting another win for BBN Racing here at Keeneland Racecourse. 3-6-1-2 unofficially in race number 3.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 3, Mustache finished first. Number 6, Run, Curtis, Run was second. Number 1, Counter Strike third. Number 2, Chisler fourth. 3-6-1-2 unofficial. Third race results official. 3612, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's third race, the Hunter Valley, number 3, Mustache. Owned by BBN Racing LLC of Ann Braxton Lynch, trained by Victoria Oliver, Luis Saez, the jockey. Mustache, 4-year-old son of Motown, out of Making Mark Money by Smart Strike. Winner bred in Kentucky by Rheinshire Farm LLC. Keeneland September sales grad, Mustache. 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good, 1 minute 3.27 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Hunter Valley Trophy presentation to the connections of Mustache. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. A reminder, scratch the 8, Cleopatra Celine. Scratch number 8, Cleopatra Celine. Main track listed fast.
Race number 4, less than 21 minutes to post. Back to the main track at the 7 furlong distance. These are 3-year-old fillies, maiden special weight, $100,000 event. Scratch the number 8 horse, so a field of 9 will assemble in 20 minutes' time. I go to the rail once again in back-to-back races. Roman Grace, the number 1 horse for Todd Pletcher, 5-1 right now. I thought her debut effort was very good. I'd prefer, and I think the connections would have preferred, that she wasn't drawn to the rail, and that's what caught up with her in that debut race. She was down on the inside. Eric Cancel did everything he could to guide her out at the right time, and she finally did get out into the clear, and she ran on, but the filly that beat her had gotten the jump on her. So Roman Grace, Tyler Gaffleone gets his opportunity to ride the Munnings filly here today. I like her a lot. I'm surprised that she's not a lower price. I expected her to take action on that debut effort where she was expected to win on debut, but ultimately ended up finishing second, but still being played as a contender in here. Roman Grace, the number 1, at 5-1 right now. The number 7 horse to the outside, that is Neat Trick for Danny Gargan and Luis Saez. She's 3-1, co-favorite currently in the wagering. She's run twice in her career. She was beaten by a filly last time out at the beginning of March at Gulfstream Park in South Florida by the name of Sedona. That was a $2 million yearling, and she ran well. This filly ran well against that $2 million yearling Sedona, and she showed improvement from her debut. She added blinkers that day, her connections did, in that second start, so potentially adding to the better effort and having that race under her belt. So Luis Saez, as mentioned, in the saddle of the daughter of Good Magic, or soon to be in the saddle of the daughter of Good Magic. She was a $150,000 2-year-old purchase in April of 2023. Currently sitting now, has moved into the clear favorites role at odds of 5-2, just slightly above the number 10 horse. And then finally, the number 6 horse, Princess Madison for Phil Bauer, a Speightstown filly that Rigney Racing purchased at the September sale here at Keeneland in 2022 for $250,000. Philip Bauer has come on with these first-time starters. 24% success rate with first-time starters, with a positive return on investment over $1.41. So good situation here. She's had some quick workouts over in Louisville to prepare for this debut effort. She's 5-1 on the board right now, and she's bred to win early. Speightstown has a good strike rate with his first-time starters, with a very big sample size to draw from one of the top stallions for a number of years in North America, Speightstown. And this filly, Princess Madison, will be competing for the first time with Martin Garcia, who gets plenty of opportunities for Phil Bauer and Rigney Racing, and will continue to do so. But race number 4 here at Keeneland, 7 furlongs the distance, maiden special weight company, and a tightly grouped field as far as the way the wagering is going here in race number 4. We'll see how it sorts out, get a good look at them, and give you some frontside observations for the 4th here at Keeneland. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Fair Lane, a maiden special weight, 3-year-old fillies, 7 furlongs. Over the main track listed fast, double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Scratch the 8, Cleopatra Celine. Post time at 8 minutes.
Overall, a very impressive group of fillies here. Taking a look at them front side as these 3-year-old fillies getting set to compete in less than 6 minutes' time. Here's Sense of Pearl, the number 3 horse for CJ Stables and West Point Thoroughbreds, carrying the West Point Black and Gold Silks with Brian Hernandez Jr. She spent the winter up at Turfway Park for the Steve Asmussen string, had the one race at Turfway going 6.5, and now tries the dirt today. She's got that dirt pedigree at 18-1. She's always seems to be, I should say, the Steve Asmussen runners always seem to be so well turned out, and she's part of that program, and wouldn't be surprised if she's able to take a step forward here today at a big price, 18-1 on the board, a filly that they purchased at the 2-year-old trading sale down in Florida last year for $290,000. Brian Hernandez Jr., he's made the most of his opportunities given to him by Steve Asmussen over the last couple of months. They together have won at a 23% clip. So if you're looking for a live long shot, Sense of Pearl could be just that. Then moving to the outside, the number 9 horse, Bell's Beach. She's getting a little rambunctious when she came out to the post parade. She's broken off from the pony and warming up stiffly under Irad Ortiz Jr. She's got a serious pedigree with her. She's a daughter of Curlin from a stakes place first dam Luminance, that daughter of Tail of the Cat. Jeff Drown bought her for $675,000 back last year, 2 years back, as a yearling, as she gets set for her career debut. 5-1 on the board right now. A beautiful daughter of Curlin. And then Bedazzle Him. She's the current favorite, the number 10 horse, as we see her on the screen for Tommytown Thoroughbreds. Bill Mott, second time out of his barn, as she was the beaten favorite in her Gulfstream Park race last time out. She started her career here in Kentucky with Jeff Engler and was 5th on debut behind Denim and Pearls, who we'll see later on this opening weekend, and ran a good second at Churchill Downs. So you can understand why she's getting the play from the outside. We'll see if she shows speed or she'll take back off the pace as she had in previous races. This is the first time she's drawn this far outside. She's been breaking from inside posts, but at 5-2, good family here by American Pharoah from that Clarkland Farm family, and this first dam Jenda's Agenda. She was a $750,000 Keeneland September yearling back in 2022. Very competitive group that will run in less than 4 minutes time. Race number 4 here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Fairlane. Moving into line, race 4. Neat Trick goes in. Tammy's Cruiser moves into line. Now Bell's Beach. Bedazzle 'em, last to load. They are at the post. And they're off. Good start for all. There's Neat Trick toward the outside. Now here comes Sense of Pearl, and right there to the inside is Roman Grace. And Roman Grace going to move up against the rail and will scoot by and will take the lead. But Neat Trick is right alongside Sense of Pearl, third. Bedazzle 'em, fourth up on the outside. American Saint is fifth. Down toward the inside, just 2 lengths off the lead. Princess Madison settles back center of the pack between horses in the 7th position, now a lane off the rail. She's followed by Tammy's Cruiser to the inside. Bell's Beach next to last, caught wide to the far turn, 6 lengths off the lead. And Kiss Me Again is now shuffled out to last. The opening quarter went in 22.36 seconds. On to the far turn. It is Roman Grace who continues to show the way. Roman Grace is on top by just a length. Neat Trick is second up on the outside by a head. Sense of Pearl third toward the inside. Bedazzle 'em swings wide at the top of the stretch in fourth, 5 lengths off the lead. American Saint is looking toward the inside, still back in fifth, moves up to fourth to third, still 2 from the front door, and Roman Grace has the lead. Coming to the 8th pole, a wall of horses behind her. Bedazzle 'em comes up down the center of the racetrack, still trying to catch Roman Grace, who still has the lead by 2.5. Bedazzle 'em in second, and then Princess Madison goes to the inside from third to challenge for second. But well behind Roman Grace, 2 wins today for Tyler Gaffalione. Roman Grace wins it. Then it was Princess Madison across the wire in second, close for third.
Well, no traffic today because Tyler Gaffalione took the initiative with Roman Grace, and she set the pace and kept on going, improving upon that second-place finish on debut. Goes off at odds of 5-2 and wins from post position number 1 for Todd Pletcher and Paradise Farms and JP Racing. Second winner of the day for the sire at Munnings, the latest Roman Grace. Impressive here in race number 4.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. The 1, Roman Grace, was first. The 6, Princess Madison, second. Number 10, Bedazzle 'em third. The 9, Bell's Beach, fourth. 1-6, 10-9, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the Fairlane, number 1, Roman Grace. Owned by the JP Racing Stable of Ralph Bianculli, Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Procia, trained by Todd Pletcher. 2 wins today for Tyler Gaffalione. Results are official for the fourth race. Roman Grace, a 3-year-old Munnings fillet out of Sobel by Dynaformer, bred in Kentucky by Fletcher Gray and Carolyn Gray. Keeneland September graduate Roman Grace, 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute, 24.56 seconds. And again, the results are official, 1-6-10-9. In the winner's circle, the Fairlane Trophy presentation to the connections of Roman Grace. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6 and start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3 made up of races 5, 8, and 10. In race 5, scratch 13. Queen's Fable, number 13. Queen's Fable is scratched. The main track fast, the turf listed good, rail at 0 feet on the turf course.
This is race number 5, less than 19 minutes to post. Started the pick 6 on opening day and started the popular $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, races 5, 8, and 10. The pick 3, Turf Pick 3 sequence here today. Very competitive field as we expect here at Keeneland in these maiden races. I go to the 2 Spinning Class, who just clicked down to 9-2. This is a Shug McGahee trained Twirling Candy filly who's done nothing but to improve here in 2024 off of a debut at Aqueduct where she just was really never involved. She's found a bit more speed in her game leaving the starting gate. This is the 2 Spinning Class, and I think the longer distance, as she showed us last time out, may be more of what she wants. She went 1 1/8, gets to go 1 3/16 today. Inside draw, Vince Chaminade in the saddle as he's ridden her in those last 2 efforts, the best of her career. I'll take a shot with Spinning Class, the 2, here in race number 5. The number 5 horse, Cy B, is getting a lot of attention. She's 7-2. She is the current favorite, the daughter of English Channel from a stakes-winning first dam. Good career debut, but moving over to the grass is going to be a big-time positive based on her breeding, especially on the top side by English Channel. Cy B, the 5, currently 7-2.
My best angle of the day is going to be the number 5, Side B, for trainer Cherie DeVoe. Now, this horse hasn't done much so far. Her first start was okay at Turfway on the all-weather surface, and she came back with a really subpar performance, and she was actually the favorite that day. But I think the difference maker here is going to be getting to the turf today. She's a filly by English Channel. She's out of a Belong to Me mare. The mare was a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf. She earned over $800,000 on that surface, and this filly is also a half-sister to 4 stakes performers on the turf. She is bred top and bottom to handle the surface. It's my best angle of the day, the 5, Cy B.
And then lastly, the 11-horse Swans Cove for Godolphin, a filly by Ghost Sapper out of that very good race filly, Cocoa Beach. She had 1 start at Gulfstream Park that was going 1 mile on turf. She ran a pretty even race in that effort to finish 4th that day, but she's a half-sister to 5 turf winners, Good pedigree, as I mentioned, being a Godolphin homebred. I would expect her to take a strong step forward in and amongst this deep group of maidens. 5-1 right now on the board. The rain has picked up just a bit. A sprinkle has come here to Keeneland Racecourse. We'll see if it evacuates the area quickly, but a cold afternoon with a little bit of rain mixed in, and we hope you're enjoying opening day as we hope that you get involved in the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, which begins with race number 5, races 5, 8, and 10, less than 16 minutes away from post time.
Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's 5th race, scratch number 2, spinning class. Number 2, spinning class, injured in the paddock, scratched on the advice of the veterinarian. Scratch number 2, spinning class. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the Ashview Farm. 3-year-old fillies in this maiden special weight at 1 3/16 miles over the turf, which is listed good today. Rail at 0 feet. Scratch the 2 spinning class and scratch 13 Queen's Fable. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. Post time at 5 minutes.
There's a look at the number 6 horse, Sava, for Robbie Medina, a daughter of Connect, who adds blinkers today, tries turf for the first time. Big, tall, leggy filly. I think that the added distance will be a positive for her. She's 23 to 1. She's taking a shot observing this filly just based on a physical standpoint as she warms up here today. I think the added ground will move her forward. We'll see if it does at this big number of 23 to 1. The number 8 horse, Morning Splendor, Vicky Oliver looking for a win here today. Another win here today, having won with Mostache just a few races back. Union Rags filly, big filly as well. The pedigree suggests that longer distance will be a positive for her, and she moves over to the grass for the first time, so the surface switch could be a positive for the 8, who is currently sitting at 60 to 1 on the number 8. And then Talonade, the number 10 horse for Graham Motion and the Wertheimers, a filly by Tappet, who's a half-sister to Portos, a very nice runner. This is a gray filly who is winless in 3 tries, and she'll stretch out further in distance today, slightly from that 1.125 distance. I think she, too, could take a step forward here today, and she's being played as a contender, 6 to 1 on the board right now. But a wide-open event. Swans Cove is sitting at 7 to 2. The 5, Cy B, remains the favorite, the number 5 horse for Cherie DeVoe, who tries grass for the first time here in race number 5. Again, start of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 and beginning of the Pick 6. Our first Pick 6 on opening day here pulled over $53,000.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race, the Ashview Farm. Start of the pick 6, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Moving into line for the 5th. Cy B goes in, and now Talonod. Swan's Cove coming forward. Sava into line, and now Priscilla's Cove. Goes in. They are at the post. And they're off. Awkward beginning for Morning Splendor, who quickly drops out to the back. In the meantime, Rock Lucky going to come forward and go right to the lead. Sava is going to move up from between horses into second as they head for the first turn. In fact, here's Sava coming forward alongside of Rock Lucky. That's the battle for the early lead here. Everything Bugs Me outward from the rail is third. Then Cy B back to the inside, forwardly placed, tucked away to the inside of horses in fourth position. Then you've got Priscilla's Cove to the outside in fifth. Capodona is sixth back toward the inside. Talonod seventh. Ms. Sedona is eighth. Lemon Latte is ninth. Swan's Cove is in 10th position around the first turn. And Morning Splendor is last of 11, 23.48 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Sava has made the top, gets over to the rail, leads it by a length and a half. Sava, the leader, onto the backstretch. Everything Bugs Me goes second by a half length. Now Rock Lucky still there, but now third to the inside. Priscilla's Cove far outside, fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. Cy B is fifth in between horses, running 2.5 to 3 lengths from the front now as they head for the far turn. Capodona, sixth back toward the inside. Talonod, Ms. Sedona, then Lemon Latte, Swan's Cove, Morning Splendor last. It was 49.02 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Sava, the leader. Sava leads it a length and a half onto the far turn, and Everything Bugs Me is just off the leader's flank, second a half length. Priscilla's Cove going to be wide around the far turn, inching forward from third, 2 lengths off the lead as they move for the top of the stretch. Rock Lucky is fourth back toward the inside, still just over 2 from the lead. Then Capodona comes next, and Cy B. They turn for home, quarter mile to go. Sava is the leader. Everything Bugs Me. Rock Lucky looks for running room, and Priscilla's Cove is there, and Ms. Sedona down the far outside, and Cy B getting shook loose late as well. Rock Lucky to the lead, Ms. Sedona far outside, and Cy B. Cy B has the lead now a half length. Ms. Sedona second, Rock Lucky third, Capodona fourth. It is Cy B. 2 wins today for Irad Ortiz Jr. Cy B is the winner. Ms. Sedona was home second, close for third. Rock Lucky or Capodona for that show spot.
She just moves different on turf. Cy B, a completely different effort from her run on the synthetic at Turfway Park. Beautiful stride on this English Channel filly on the turf course here today. Irad Ortiz Jr. with another win on opening day, and she goes off as the post-time favorite. 2-1 on Cy B for Cherie DeVoe and Blue Heaven Farm in the 5th here at Keeneland.
Photo for show, hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race, number 5, Cy B, finished first. Number 3, Ms. Sedona was second. Number 4, Rock Lucky, third. Number 1, Capodona was fourth. 5-3-4-1, unofficial. Results of race 5, official. 5-3-4-1, the official results. In the winner's circle, the official winner of race 5, the Ashview Farm, number 5, Cy B, owned by Blue Heaven Farm of Adam Korndorf and Bonnie Baskin, trained by Cherie DeVoe. 2 wins today for Irad Ortiz Jr. Cy B, a 3-year-old English Channel filly out of Ocean Drive by Belong to Me, bred in Kentucky by Blue Heaven Farm. A mile and 3/16 over the turf listed good, 1 minute 58.86 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Ashview Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of Cy B. Keeneland's 6th race, the Lafayette Stakes upcoming. The main track is listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Main track fast, turf listed good. In race 6, scratch the 2, Scatify. Overweight, number 8, Bolt at midnight. The jockey, 1 pound over.
Horses are in the paddock here for the Lafayette. We're getting stakes action kicked off here on opening day of the Keeneland Spring Meet. And you're taking a look at the number 5 booth right now. Second choice at 5-2 for trainer Steve Asmussen. We've grown accustomed to Steve Asmussen having some very, very nice sprinters. And I think this is maybe the next one in tow here. The 5 booth comes out of a very impressive victory last time out at Oaklawn. It was over a sloppy track going 3/4, but he did it so easily and so impressively. Kind of going back to his career debut, it was right here at Keeneland in the fall. And it was an effortless win. I expect this horse to take a big step forward, and if he can do that at the 7/8 today, he's going to be one of the horses to beat. He's also very fast. He has a high cruising speed. I think he can take on pressure. Clearly, last time out, he rated a little bit. He has the ability to do that. He's just very, very fast and a very talented colt by Matoli. Let's take a look at the 6, Glengarry, another one that's very fast. And this horse has a lot of grit to him, a lot of heart. If you go back and watch the Springboard Mile, he lost, but he lost nothing in defeat that day because he was so game. A mile is probably stretching his distance limitations, probably doesn't want to go that far. I think 7/8, 3/4, probably the best distance for him. So that should actually set him up for success now coming in off of a freshening since December and cutting back to a more appropriate distance of 7 furlongs. He's also very fast, so we could potentially see him run with the likes of the 5 booth or even the 3 Doncho. That takes me to the number 3 horse Doncho, who has been so impressive in his first 2 starts for trainer Michelle Lovell, who has had some very nice horses in the past, and this could be the next one in her barn to be a superstar. His debut, everything was effortless that day when he won down there at the fairgrounds. He drew away to beat that field by 5 lengths. He came back to almost win by another 5 lengths in a first level allowance field. He has just been toying with his competition. Now, those races, I think they came up a little bit on the lighter side, so this is clearly going to be the true test. But given the margin of victory in those 2 races, it looks like he can take that step forward and be definitely a force to be reckoned with here. Now, the question for him, too, as is the case with most of these horses, 7 furlongs. Can he withstand the added distance going 7/8? And I think it's a little bit problematic that he has that inside post position because he likely will get pace pressure from horses like the 5 booth and Glengarry to his outside. So he's going to have to shake off that early pressure and go on with it from there. But a beautiful looking horse. He looks like he's a high energy horse. He looks fit and ready to roll for trainer Michelle Lovell. He's on the board right now at even money. A very competitive field to kick off the stakes action. It's the Lafayette in race 6.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, 76th running of the Lafayette Stakes. 3-year-olds at 7 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Scratch the 2. Scatify, number 2, is scratched. Overweight, the 8 Bolt at midnight. Jockey 1 pound over. Double, pick 3. It started the late pick 5. Number 1, Frosty Indulgence, owned by the Dare to Dream Stable LLC of Michael Faber, trained by Chris Davis. Adam Beskitsa is the jockey. 2 is Scratch. 3 is Doncho, owned by JAL Racing of Jose Lopez. Michelle Lovell, the trainer. Christian Torres is the jockey. Number 4, Baytown Chatterbox, owned by the Baytown Partnership of Cheryl McEntee. Resolute Racing Alliance LLC of Alyssa Trubitsky, trained by Paul McEntee. Albin Jimenez will ride. Number 5, Booth, owned by Belle Heiligbrot, Corinne Heiligbrot, Jackpot Farm of Terry Green, owned also by Whispering Oaks Farm LLC of Carol Castile. Trained by Steve Asmus, the jockey is Joel Rosario. Number 6, Glengarry, owned by Aaron Kennedy, Toby Joseph, and Doug Anderson. Trained by Doug Anderson, Luis Saez to ride. Number 7, Houday, owned by Maccabee Farm LLC of Steve and Teresa Belford, trained by Tom Drury Jr., the jockey, John McKee. And number 8, Bolt at Midnight, owned by Ruiz Racing LLC of Mick and Wendy Ruiz, trained by Robbie Medina, the jockey, Luan Machado. Post time for the Lafayette in less than 4 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race. The 76th running of the Lafayette Stakes started the late pick 5. Moving into line, race 6. Booth moves into line. Glengarry comes forward. Houday and Bolt at Midnight. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off in the Lafayette Stakes. There goes Glengarry. Glengarry out for the lead. Doncho right there to the inside, though. These two come forward. Booth will settle back off that front pair into third. Bolt at Midnight far outside, up to challenge for fourth in the center of the racetrack. Houday moves by that one, and now, in fact, Houday moves up to challenge for third position. And then further back, Frosty Indulgence, who was off a step slowly, starts moving up the rail. Scoots up 2 positions, now a third spot, now takes over fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. Further back, Baytown Chatterbox, now Bolt at Midnight drops out to last just outside of that one. 22.28 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Glengarry leads Doncho. Glengarry against the rail, leads it by a length. Doncho second. Booth swings up. Third to the far outside, a length and a half off the lead. Frosty Indulgence is fourth down toward the inside, still 2 from the front. And then a gap of 4 more lengths back to Houday, who's lost ground into fifth around the far turn. They turn for home. Glengarry, Booth, Doncho between that pair. Frosty Indulgence, fourth down toward the rail, is still 3 lengths off the lead. Glengarry, the leader, chased by Doncho, 2 lengths between that top pair. Booth third far outside. Frosty Indulgence is fourth back toward the rail. Glengarry, the leader. Glengarry leads it by 3 in deep stretch past the 16th pole. It is Glengarry in front for Luis Saez. Late run Houday toward the rail. Glengarry to win the Lafayette Stakes. Houday came up the inside to grab second, from Frosty Indulgence home third, and Doncho across the line in fourth. The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race: number 6 Glengarry finished first, number 7 Houday second, number 1 Frosty Indulgence third, and number 3 Doncho fourth. 6-7-1-3 unofficial. Sixth race results official 6-7-1-3. The official results, race 6. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, the 76th running of the Lafayette Stakes, the official winner, number 6, Glengarry, owned by Aaron Kennedy, Toby Joseph, and Doug Anderson, trained by Doug Anderson, Luis Saez, his second winning ride on the card. Glengarry, 3-year-old son of Maximus Mischief out of L.A. Way by Tisway, bred in Iowa by High Point Bloodstock. 7 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 22.91 seconds. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Lafayette Stakes, making the presentation Sir Francis Brooke, His Majesty's representative at Ascot and chairman of Ascot Authority Limited, presenting to the connections of Glengarry.
The Iowa bred gets it done again here at Keeneland Racecourse. Glengarry taking the Lafayette after his win in the Bowman Mill last year. Doug Anderson, Luis Saez aboard for the winning ride. So sharp today. How quick was he early on in this race, Luis?
Yeah, he was pretty quick. I can feel it before the race. He was ready. He was pretty sharp. We have a tactical break from there and follow the inside speed. But after I feel he was pretty sharp, I just let him break and take the lead.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
Doug, he was sharp. You thought maybe he'd come off the pace today, but he just kept on rolling for you today. Is he a better version of himself than we saw last fall?
I think so. I really do. I mean, he's grown up. He's matured. He don't do his antics in the morning and everything, and he goes out there to be a professional.
You ready for a big year ahead with this boy?
I hope so. It's a lot of fun in here doing this thing, and can't help it. These guys, I mean, just absolute fun.
It is a lot of fun being in the winner's circle, especially in stakes here at Keeneland. Well done, Doug.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank Keeneland.
Glengarry, now a 2-time stakes winner here at Keeneland Racecourse, following his latest stakes win in the Lafayette.
Horses are in the paddock here for the 7th race coming up at Keeneland Racecourse. We're 16 minutes out as these horses are getting saddles on and getting ready for the party here. They're going to be running 6.5 furlongs on the main track. It's a first level allowance race, and it came up to be a very tough field. There were some very key scratches, though. You figured that the 2 Harbor Springs would take a lot of money, as well as the 10 Roswell. With them out, I think that's why we're seeing the number 9 Amor Fati open up as the current 9-5 favorite, but she was very impressive in her debut, and that's ultimately why I went to her here as the top selection. It's really hard to win first time out. It's really hard to win from the rail sprinting first time out. And that's exactly what this filly did in her debut down there at Gulfstream Park. She drew the dreaded rail post position, but she was so fast leaving the starting gate, it didn't pose as any bit of a problem. There were 9 other competitors in that field as well, and you wouldn't know it because she just drew away from the field with ease. She is clearly a very talented filly. This is a big step up in class for her, but I think she can do it just given her speed. Now, 6.5 furlongs when the distances get longer, that's always a little bit of a concern, but I think she should be able to handle it. She is very fast, but it looks like she has a controlled speed, and she's also bred to get a little bit farther here. So 6.5 furlongs seems to be just fine. I think Luis Saez goes to the lead and hopefully never looks back. She's going to be the top play here as we go to the number 3 Lagadema for trainer Phil Bauer and Rigney Racing. And Rigney Racing took to the Keeneland September sale back in 2022, and they picked up some very nice horses. This filly was one of them. She went on to win in her first race at Churchill Downs. She went on to finish 4th against Stakes Company and the Untappable down there at the fairgrounds as well. And looking at some of the other horses that Rigney Racing bought at the Keeneland September sale, Tipsy Tammy is one of them. She's going to be running in the Beaumont this weekend. He also is sending out some really nice horses in maiden special weight races and allowance races throughout the weekend. So something to look forward to. It definitely feels like Phil Bauer has kind of pointed his horses for this meet. And I think that is the case with the 3 Lagadema. I predict her to come back to a performance similarly to what we saw in her first race. Her last race wasn't bad whatsoever, but I don't think that they want her that far off the pace. She had so much to do. So with all that said, that last race produced 2 next out winners. The winner, Extreme Diva, came back to win, as well as Esternia, the second place finisher. But I think the blinkers on are going to help sharpen her out of the gate and hopefully get her in a better position when it's all said and done. And then we get to the number 12, Bourbon Breeze. This is my 3rd selection here for trainer Riley Mott. She ran well on the turf last time out, just kind of an evenly paced type of finish. Ultimately, I think she might be a better filly on the main track, and I also think she's probably better at one-turn distances. Her debut right here at Keeneland was really good. She won that race at 4-1. She came back against First Level Allowance Company stretching out. It was a very tough field, so I can't hold that against her, but her sprint races, her dirt sprint races, just seem to be a little bit stronger than her route dirt or route turf races. But I really like sometimes horses coming back off of a freshening on the turf. It's a kind of a forgiving surface, and then only to bring them back to the main track. I think it really sets them up for success. So she's going to be the 3rd selection for me at 5-1. A very competitive allowance field coming up next. We're 12 minutes out. We'll take a closer look at some of these horses and report trackside in just a few moments.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Mount Brilliant allowance optional claiming race for a claiming price of $100,000. 3-year-old filly, 6.5 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Scratch the 2, Harbor Springs. Scratch the 7, Just Great. Scratch the 8, Viscountess. And scratch the 10, Roswell. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Main track fast, turf good. Post time 6 minutes.
Taking a closer look at some of these contenders coming up in the 7th race. Here's a look at the 4, Sam's Treasure, sent out by Wesley Ward, already with a winner on today's program. And Wesley, you know, sometimes we think of the spring meet and we think, okay, well, he's going to win pretty much every single baby race, the 2-year-old races, but he also does a phenomenal job with his older horses, even coming in off of layoffs. The 4, Sam's Treasure, she looks really good. She looks fit. She has a really healthy coat. She looks very strong. You can see just the muscle definition in her hindquarters as well. Good bounce to her stride as well. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from the 4, Sam's Treasure, coming in off of the layoff. She looks primed, fit, and ready to go. She does not look like a horse that hasn't raced since September, so expect her to do well this afternoon. And now another horse that's a little bit bigger of a price, the 5 at 11-1, Best Kiss Yet for Wayne Catalano. This really looks very strong, just rounded out in the hindquarters. It's kind of hard for you to see her behind the pony right now, but take my word for it. She is a very strong-looking individual, very rounded out in the hindquarters, which it just kind of lets you know that she's got a lot of power, a lot of strength back there, and that's what she's going to need to do going the 6.5 furlongs. Good shoulder on her as well, though. She just really checks all the boxes for me. She was able to win first time out, and she beat a field of 11 other horses in there. So that is notable. Obviously, there is always a concern whether or not she's going to handle the main track. She is a filly by Golden Sen. She's bred to handle the dirt. So I anticipate another big performance from her. I think she'll be able to outrun her odds. She just looks really well in the flesh today for the Connections. A very competitive allowance race coming in next. We are 3 minutes out. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Mount Brilliant. Start of the late pick 4. Moving into line for the 7th. Sam's Treasure going in along with Buttercream Babe. Best Kiss Yet. Waiting for Bourbon Breeze. Last one goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Buttercream Babe broke alertly along with Amor Fati. And now Streaming Now kicks in as well. Streaming Now up to challenge Amor Fati for the top spot. There goes Best Kiss Yet from in between horses. Sam's Treasure right up there to press the issue as well as they head up the back stretch. And Sam's Treasure to the lead. Best Kiss Yet, then Streaming Now stacks up to their outside, a close third, followed by Amor Fati, who's going to be wide to the far turn. And fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. Legadima hugs the rail, moves in a closer fifth, just 2 from the front, but down toward the inside of horses. Buttercream Babe is next, then a break of 7 more lengths to Bourbon Breeze, and 3 more back of that one. Cozy Rags is last, 21.78 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Sam's Treasure leading Streaming Now around the far turn, and lead Streaming Now only by a neck. Amor Fati to the outside. Buttercream Babe, center of the track, is fourth. Now, here's Legadima looking to the inside. Legadima still down toward the rail and is still in third, still 2 lengths off the lead. And coming to the 8th pole, Sam's Treasure has the lead. Legadima tries to find an opening to the inside, and here's Legadima now. Inside the 8th pole, Legadima to challenge Sam's Treasure. Now, Sam's Treasure's still there, but Legadima's got a short lead, 16th to go. Legadima by a neck, a half length. Legadima for Martin Garcia to win it. Sam's Treasure was second. Cozy Rags came from last to be third, and Streaming Now was fourth.
What a performance we just saw from Legadima coming up the rail here. It looked like the 4 Sam's Treasure was going to pull away with a win, but the rail opens up as the 4 Sam's Treasure kind of drifts off into about the 3 path, and it was clear sailing for the 3. Legadima coming up the rail and getting the victory here for Phil Bauer and Rigney Racing, who picked this beautiful filly up at the Keeneland September sale for $590,000. Congratulations to the connections. It's a 3. Legadima, your winner of race 7.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race: number 3, Legadima first. Number 4, Sam's Treasure was second. Number 1, Cozy Rags third. And number 6, Streaming Now was fourth. 3-4-1-6, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Mount Brilliant, number 3, Legadima, owned by Rigney Racing LLC of Richard Rigney, trained by Phil Bauer. Martin Garcia is the jockey. Legadima, a 3-year-old Arrogate filly out of Scarlet Love by Not for Love, bred in Kentucky by Millridge Farm and others. Keeneland September graduate Legadima gets the 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 17.57 seconds. Race 7, results official, 3-4-1-6. The official results. In the winner's circle, the Mount Brilliant Trophy presentation to the connections of Legadima. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, 36th running of the Transylvania, presented by Keeneland Select, Grade 3. The turf is listed good. The rail at 0 feet on the turf course today. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Take out the also eligibles 13 and 14, Royal Majesty and Camaro Z. They did not draw into the race. Overweight, the 2, Guy Named Joe, the jockey, 1 pound over. Number 2, Guy Named Joe, the jockey, 1 pound over.
Kicking off the graded stakes action, it's the Grade 3 Transylvania Stakes presented by Keeneland Select. They're going to be heading out to the turf course at the distance of 1 mile and a 16th. And this is a very, very competitive race. I actually thought it was one of the deepest fields that we see so far on this card, maybe even this weekend. The One Oscars World is the horse that I wanted to go with because I think it's so deep that you want to go with a little bit of a price. This horse has not been exposed yet. He definitely needs to prove that he belongs against Graded Stakes Company. He's only broken his maiden, and that was 2 starts back at Gulfstream Park, but he beat a good field in doing so. And when you see a horse win by 2 lengths or more on the turf, that just shows you that they dominated that group. And he did just that. I like the rail post position for him today. I love that he gets Louis size as well, because I think he can just sit that pocket trip and hopefully have that turn of foot that we saw be so impressive at Gulfstream Park when he broke his maiden. He has gone against winners too, which I think is helpful. So he's the top pick for me as we go to the number 5, Tennessee. He's 13-1 for trainer Brad Cox, and he gets to the turf for the first time today. He's a son of Justify. He's a half to a horse by the name of Moon Over Miami, who was 3rd in the Grade 1 Man of War. So there definitely is turf pedigree. He actually was entered in the Rushaway, and he scratched out of that event at Turfway Park on the synthetic. And Brad Cox obviously opted to run him in this spot, especially considering I think it's interesting that he breezed him on the turf at Keeneland and then wound up finding this spot for this horse. Clearly, Brad liked what he saw, and that's why he's in this spot with Jose Ortiz. I think he's very interesting at a price. The 6th First World War is next for Brendan Walsh, and he is arguably one of the most accomplished horses in this field. Can he keep that ball rolling? He has been very impressive in many of his performances. He was impressive first time out when he won at Kentucky Downs. He came back, followed that up with a 4th place finish in the Bourbon. He was beaten by Can Group in that event, who also runs in this field, but he is one of the more accomplished. He's a graded stakes winner. He won the Grade 3 Kitten's Joy last time out, and clearly he has proven that he's capable of handling a very firm surface like Gulfstream Park and also different types of surfaces like at Keeneland and Kentucky Downs. The number 8 Musical Act for Charlie Appleby. We know that when Charlie Appleby sends his horses here, they run well, they win, and that could very well be the case for this horse. Now, I just don't know. So the 2 races that he comes out of in Maidan, they were good. Legend of Time, the winner of those 2 races, is a very nice horse. But my problem with this horse at a shorter price is that he lost to that horse by almost 5 lengths, and he lost to him by about 11 lengths in the start prior to that. So you can't really, it's not an apples to apples argument. There were many lengths separating both from the winner and this horse. So I still think he's got a little bit to prove, but like I said, the connections, when they come here, they come here to win.
The number 3 horse, Laganos, is a horse that is getting back on grass for the first time since his career debut when he won at Kentucky Downs. We always talk about how tricky it is for horses to win at Kentucky Downs. He did it, and he is going to get the opportunity after they tried to make him a Derby-type horse to get now back onto grass, and that might be just what he's wanted to do all along. He's a half-brother to 3 other turf winners. Cantheros, one of the most versatile stallions that we have. I know he's going to be a big price in this race, but I expect big things from this Keeneland graduate. Laganos in today's Transylvania Stakes for me here in race number 8.
All right, Scott. Scott's had a very good day so far, I think, giving out 4 winners. So hopefully he can do well here with this 32-1 shot. Laganos, who gets back to the turf for the first time since his maiden breaking score, first time out at Kentucky Downs. It is a loaded field, a competitive group. It's the Grade 3 Transylvania presented by Keeneland Select, and it is coming up in 14 minutes. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 36th running of the Transylvania Grade 3, presented by Keeneland Select. 3-year-olds at 1 mile and a 16th on the turf listed good. Rail at 0 feet today. Take out the also eligibles, 13 and 14. They did not draw into the race. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Overweight, the 2, Guy Named Joe, the jockey, 1 pound over. 6 minutes to post. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Oscar's World, owned by Walmack Farm of Gary Broad, trained by Brian Lynch. Luis Saez, the jockey. 2, Guy Named Joe, owned by My Way Racing LLC of Mike Way. West Coast Stables LLC of John Foster. Owned also by Barbara Evanson, John O'Keefe, and Timothy O'Keefe. The trainer, Doug O'Neill. The jockey, Lawan Machado. Number 3, Laganos, owned by His Royal Highness Sultan bin Mashal Al Saud, trained by Steve Asmussen, the jockey, Christian Torres. Number 4, Neat, owned by Red, White, and Blue Racing LLC of Randy Galat, trained by Rob Atris, Ray Gutierrez, the jockey. Number 5, Tennessee, owned by Windstar Farm LLC of Kenny Trout, Sienna Farm LLC of Todd Manganero, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey, Jose Ortiz. 6, First World War, owned by Qatar Racing LLC of Sheikh Fahad Al Thani. Hunter Valley Farm of Fergus Galvin, the trainer Brendan Walsh, the jockey Tyler Gaffleone. 7, Lord Bullington, owned by Colbart Stables of Greg Colvin. Michael McCarthy Racing Stable Incorporated of Michael McCarthy, trained by Michael McCarthy, the jockey John Velasquez. 8, Musical Act, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Charlie Appleby, the jockey Frankie Dettori. 9, Depiction, owned by Twin Brook Stables of Bruce Fenimore, Belladonna Racing LLC of Portia Brooks, Nice Guys Stables of Stephen Spielman, West Point Thoroughbreds LLC Terry Finlay, and Iapetus Racing of Craig Taylor and others, trained by Cherie DeVoe, the jockey Joel Rosario. 10, Can Group, owned by the DJ Stable LLC of Leonard Green, Cassius King LLC, Charles Acne and others, trained by Mark Cassie, Flavian Pratt, the jockey. 11, Full Nelson, owned by Gold Square LLC of Al Gold, Joseph Hardoon, Jose Francisco D'Angelo, trained by Jose D'Angelo. Irad Ortiz Jr. is up. Number 12, Cugino, owned by West Point Thoroughbreds LLC of Terry Finley, Jimmy Cahig LLC of Jim Hughes, trained by Shug McGahee, the jockey Javier Castellano. Post time at less than 4 minutes.
Group of 3-year-olds going postward here for the Grade 3 Transylvania Stakes, and I wanted to point out the number 10 Can Group. This is a horse that I had real difficulty leaving out of my top 3 just because of what he has accomplished already on the turf. Now, he obviously experimented with the dirt last time out in the Lecomte. He really didn't do any running in that event, but he physically looks like a turf horse. He's just very lightly framed. He's very athletic, but I'm really liking how he looks today. He was one of the standouts here when I was looking at them trackside. So pay attention to this horse at 9-2 and totally discount his last race in the Lecomte. He's getting back to a better surface, and he couldn't look better today. The number 5 horse, Tennessee, right now at 13-1. He's a long shot, but I mentioned this horse is kind of interesting because he had that turf workout, and he's actually a clocker pick. The clocker here was very impressed with how this horse breezed on the turf, said that he was just had this beautiful long stride on that surface, and I can definitely see it. Physically, he kind of looks more like a dirt horse, but if he took to it nicely, then I think that's all that matters. And obviously, he took very well to the synthetic surface at Turfway in the past 2 starts, and he can continue that momentum today on this new surface. And then finally, the number 9 Depiction for Cherie DeVoe. Cherie had a nice winner earlier today with Side B, hoping to get another victory on the card today with the number 9 Depiction. Joel Rosario aboard this horse, and he is Tom Leach's long shot of the day. He's on the board right now at a whopping 33-1. I don't think this horse deserves to be that big of a price. He didn't run a bad race against Can Group 2 starts back in the Grade 2 Bourbon right here at Keeneland in the fall. And then he came back off of a lengthy layoff to finish a good closing third in the Dania Beach last time out at Gulfstream Park. I think he's going to really improve in his second start of the year, and Tom Leach likes him. Throw this horse underneath on some of your exotic wagers, say the Exacta, Trifecta, or Superfecta. This is a very competitive group, and we could see some prices come in. Even right now, your current favorite is the 8 at 5-2. We'll see how it all plays out. 1 minute to post for the 8.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 36th running of the Transylvania Grade 3, presented by Keeneland Select. Moving into line for race 8. Neat goes into the gate along with Can Group. Tennessee comes forward. Full Nelson moving into line. First World War. Cugino to complete the field. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off in the Transylvania, presented by Keeneland Select. Oscar's World and Neat away quickly. Oscar's World goes right to the lead, and then Neat, Full Nelson to the far outside, and Tennessee up close in the opening strides from in between horses. Cugino going to be caught wide to the first turn in 5th. Musical Act to the inside of that one in 6th. First World War is in 7th as they head for the first turn. Lord Bullingdon swings to the outside from 8th. Laganos hugs the rail and saves ground in the 9th position. Can Group is near the back of the pack, 2 lengths off the rail in 10th, and running 9 lengths off the lead onto the back stretch. And then Guy Named Joe and Depiction, who is at the back. The opening quarter went in 23.98 seconds. Up the back stretch they go. Here's Neat to the inside of Musical Act. Musical Act has a narrow lead. Cugino seeks to join them. Moves forward, far outside from 3rd to challenge for 2nd. Oscar's World comes off the rail between horses in 4th. 2 lengths off the lead. Now edges a little closer. Full Nelson to the outside of that one. Lord Bullingdon going to be 4 wide to the far turn. Still nearly 5 lengths off the lead. Followed by Tennessee and First World War. 48.78 the time for the first half mile. Over to the far turn they go. Musical Act to the inside. Cugino is right alongside. Those two matching strides around the turn. Full Nelson caught 3 wide. Moving up into 3rd by a neck. Oscar's World is 4th between horses. Neat is 5th toward the inside. Lord Bullingdon, First World War. And then Can Group, who goes wide, still nearly 10 from the front. They turn for home. Cugino and Musical Act going at it. Final furlong. Full Nelson is next. Oscar's World is in behind horses. along with Neat down toward the inside. Lord Bullingdon is still fifth, still 6 lengths away. Cugino, Musical Act side by side. Neat is trying to find room between that pair. It is Cugino in front, and then Neat to the inside. Laganos is running late at the wire. Head bobbing photo for the win. Head bobbing photo for the top spot, either Neat to the inside or Cugino alongside of that one in 144.93.
Well, this is going to be a very, very close call. Let's take another look at the stretch run here. And right now, focus on the number 12, Cugino. He's on the outside. He puts the 8, Musical Act away, who's on the rail and starting to fade at this point. The 4, Neat, who was really keen early, comes back and makes another move coming to the finish line. We also have the 3, Laganos, making a late bid at a massive price. He's going to wind up third, but it's very close between these top 2 finishers. We'll let the photo finish decide.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. In the photo for the win, number 4, Neat, finished first. Number 12, Cugino, was second. Number 3, Laganos, third. Number 7, Lord Bullingdon, fourth. 4:12.37. The results unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official 4:12.37. The official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, 36th running of the Transylvania Grade 3, presented by Keeneland Select, number 4, Neat. Owned by Red, White, and Blue Racing, LLC, of Randy Galat, trained by Rob Atras, Ray Gutierrez, the winning jockey. Neat, 3-year-old son of Constitution out of Orabella by More Than Ready, bred in Kentucky by Hidden Brook Farm and Spruce Lane Farm. Neat, a Keeneland September sales graduate, gets the mile and a 16th over the turf listed good, 1 minute 44.93 seconds. Making the trophy presentation for the Transylvania, Nick Manella. Nick is the Chief Revenue Officer for a software company and resides in Lexington with his family. And Nick is also a platinum member of Keeneland Select. He presents to the connections of Neat.
here with the winning connections. And Neat takes the grade 3 Transylvania. And here with Raylu Gutierrez. Raylu, take us through this trip because it was an odd one.
Yeah, he gets out of the gates pretty quickly, and the plan was to keep him forward. But going into the first turn, there was a bit of juggling going on. I really just wanted to settle behind the 1, and he didn't take the turn too well, so I wanted to take that position, and I was going to stand the lead, and down the backside I saw the 8 come up and really wanting it, so I just wanted to settle in behind him, give my horse a breather. And sometimes these 3-year-olds, they go through the hole, sometimes they don't, so it was from the 3/8 home, it was all the horse. It was really tight down there, but we waited as long as we could, and when he saw that little bit of space, I mean, he certainly overcame me, so that was all the horse. And Rob had him ready to go. I think it's been 10 weeks since he last ran, since January, since the Houston Carnival. So goes to show how the amazing horses that do run at Houston. And Rob really had him ready to go today. Some tough horses he beat there today. So
it was a really tight finish. Did you think you got it?
No.
Hey, well, you did. Congratulations, Raylu. And here,
Javier Castellano was like, congrats. So that just shows how Hall of Fame Javier is.
That's a great story. Congratulations, Raylu. And here with winning trainer Rob Atras. And Raylu said you had him ready today. What were your confidence levels coming into this grade 3 today?
You know what? He just he's getting more mature, and he's gotten better every start. And he'd beaten arguably some lesser competition, and today was a tough test, and he really showed up today.
He went gate to wire last time out. Were you a little concerned that he had to come off the pace today? He was on the lead, then had to make that re-rally.
Honestly, I just think Raylu did a great job. He had a tough time going to the first turn with him, and obviously caused him some havoc on the backside, and he got him settled down and relaxed, and then really finished strong with him.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Neat takes the grade 3 Transylvania, presented by Keeneland Select.
Keeneland's featured 9th race upcoming, the 87th running of the Central Bank Ashland Grade 1. Main track is fast. A reminder, race 9 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in race 9.
It's a featured race of the day, and that is saying something. There are Oaks points on the line for the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland, going a mile and a 16th here on the dirt course. And obviously, the respect has to go to some of these fillies returning from the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies and the likes of Impel. We'll get to them in a moment. But I thought the 4 Helena's Forte was a very interesting horse in here for trainer Phil Bauer. We already saw Phil Bauer win a very nice allowance race earlier on today's card. He also debuted a first-time starter who had a second with a troubled trip. So he has come to Keeneland Spring with a lot of very nice horses. The 4 Helena's Forte hopefully is another one of them. Her last race in the Ruthless I thought was very impressive, and going back and watching that race gave me a little bit of confidence that she could stretch out to the 2 turns. I like the slow progression that she's made. She started off at 5.5, then they slowly started giving her distance to 7 furlongs at Aqueduct last time out, and now finally stepping to the 2-turn distance. I think it really sets her up beautifully. And she beat a really good group of horses in the Ruthless last time out. I know it wasn't a graded stakes race, but she beat Galia Princess, who came back to win the Cicada up at Aqueduct, and also the 3rd place finisher came back to win a very salty allowance. So it's been a productive field, and I think she can handle it, especially considering her pedigree. The 7 Impel, we don't know what she's capable of, but her last 2 races have been so impressive. Her first race, she did it with ease. She won a maiden special weight down there at the fairgrounds, and then she came back to Oaklawn, or she went to Oaklawn for the first time, and she absolutely demolished that field, winning by over 8 lengths. She could be anything. We know that this time of year, Brad Cox, he has a lot of nice fillies and hopes to getting to the Kentucky Oaks, and she has to win this thing, and she very well could, just from her accomplishments alone. I thought it was especially impressive given the circumstances last time out that she won going the mile and a 16th, because she was coming in off of a freshening and she had only gone 3/4, and she blew the doors off that field. So she could be something very special. She is bred to be a good one. The daughter of Quality Road, bred and owned by Juddmont Farms. And then finally we get to the number 6, Just FYI. There are 3 horses coming out of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies, the top 3 finishers in that event. Just FYI comes back off of an undefeated season last year. She won the Grade 1 Frazette. That set her up for success in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies. It was an excellent ride by Junior Alvarado that day. Very fast early fractions. She was close to those fast early fractions, and she still won despite that, winning by a neck. Now, Jody's Pride also comes out of the race, as well as Candied. But just FYI, I would have picked her if she had a 3-year-old race under her belt. But it is a lot to ask coming in off of a layoff since November, since the Breeders' Cup, and, be on the same level playing field with some of these other fillies who have recency. We'll see what she can do. Her class may prevail. It's the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. We'll take a closer look at these fillies and report trackside in just a moment.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 9th race, 87th running of the Central Bank Ashland Grade 1. 3-year-old fillies at 1 1/16 over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in the featured 9th. Post time in 5 minutes. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Candide, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey Luis Saez. Two, Standout Sensation, owned by Richard Emmett and Joel Politi, trained by Tom Amos, the jockey Edgar Morales. 3, Leslie's Rose, owned by the Whisper Hill Farm LLC of Mandy Pope, the trainer Todd Pletcher, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Number 4, Helena's Forte, owned by Rigney Racing LLC of Richard Rigney, Phil Bauer trains, and Tyler Gaffalione rides. Five, Shimmering Allure, owned by Walking L Thoroughbreds LLC of Scott Leeds, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 6, Just FYI, owned by George Krikorian, trained by Bill Mott, the jockey Junior Alvarado. Number 7, Impel, owned by Judd Mott of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Florent Giroux. And number 8, Jody's Pride, owned by Parkland Thoroughbreds of Steve Weston, Sportsman Stable of Joe DiAugustino, trained by George Abreu, Flavian Pratt is the jockey. Post time, Central Bank Ashland, less than 4 minutes away.
Taking a closer look at these fillies going postward for the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. And here's a look at the 7, Impel. And man, is she impressive. Just from head to toe, she is a beautiful looking filly. And she's also very strong. That's one thing that I really want to notice or pick up on with these 3-year-old fillies. Sometimes they can be a little bit lightly framed, and with really, solid campaigns, they have a tendency to maybe not maintain that type of weight. But this filly, she's just really wide in her chest. She's really strong in her hindquarters, and she has maintained great condition from those 2 races. She's probably going to have to win in order to go to the Oaks, but man, does she look good. And like I said, she is bred to be a good one. We'll take a look towards the rail, the 1, Candide here for the connections of Todd Pletcher and Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. And this is a filly that's got a couple of quirks. If you go back and you watch some of her races in the Grade 1 Alcibiades, a race in which she won right here at Keeneland in the fall, and even in the Breeders' Cup, she has a tendency to not switch over to her right lead. That's just the way she goes. Maybe today, when she comes back as a 3-year-old, it's something that she'll grow out of, but clearly it doesn't affect her performance. She is a very nice filly, and she seems to be very much on her toes today. She looks fit coming in off the layoff, and I anticipate her getting this ground-saving trip, angling out and coming with her closing run, and hopefully she can close enough in time. And then finally, we get to the number 6 horse, Just FYI. I've never seen her before. She ran first time out at Saratoga, then she came back at Aqueduct, and then she obviously shipped out to Santa Anita for the Breeders' Cup. So I can't really compare what she looked like as a 2-year-old versus a 3-year-old, but she is a big filly, very tall, very long. She is one of those types of fillies that looks like she can really get fit. She doesn't have a lot of condition to her, but she is a beautiful, elegant looking filly here for the connections. And look, she's got a lot of pressure on her because she had an undefeated season last year. She obviously won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies last year, but she looks like she's in top condition coming back here off of that lengthy layoff. And we all know that Hall of Famer Bill Mott can get one ready off of layoffs such as these. But right now, the focus on the up-and-comer, the 7 Impel, right now at 7-5.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's featured 9th race, 87th running of the Central Bank Ashland, Grade 1. Moving into line for the 9th. Just FYI goes in, and now Leslie's Rose into the gate. Impel moves into line. Helena's Forte. Jody's Pride, the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. Short stretch. And they're off. In the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland, there goes Helena's Forte. Helena's Forte and Impel. They come to the front of the opening strides. Leslie's Rose up close to the inside. Jody's Pride far outside and fourth as they head down into the first turn. Helena's Forte angles toward the rail, clear with the lead by a length around the first turn. Leslie's Rose backs away right behind her. That leaves Impel to move up just off the leader's flank in second. Jody's Pride 3 wide around the first turn, goes from fifth into fourth. Just FYI between horses in fifth, just over 3 lengths off the early lead. Standout Sensation is sixth. Shimmering Allure is seventh. Candide is last of the 8, 24.35 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Helena's Forte against the rail leads at 3/4 of a length, midpoint of the back stretch. Impel second by a length and a half. Leslie's Rose to the inside, then Jody's Pride on her outside. That's the ongoing battle for third. That pair 2 lengths from the lead. Standout Sensation fifth against the rail. Just FYI, will have to go to the outside from sixth, just over 5 lengths from the front. Candide is still back in seventh, and then Shimmering Allure is eighth. 48.27 seconds for the first half mile. On to the final turn they go. Here's Impel right alongside of Helena's Forte. They're stride for stride with a 1/4 mile to go. Jody's Pride is third, a length off the front pair. Just FYI, has to go to the center of the track. Leslie's Rose behind horses. Candide is swinging out to the center of the racetrack, way out on the grandstand side. Impel comes away with the lead. Leslie's Rose is coming after her into the final furlong. And then Just FYI and Candide. Leslie's Rose comes forward for the lead. Just FYI is down to the inside in second, but no catching. Leslie's Rose, who has won the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland for the Whisper Hill Farm.
What an exciting finish. It looked like anyone's game at the top of the stretch. We saw Impel. She was ranging up at the top of the stretch, but she seemed to tire here coming down the lane, setting it up perfectly for Leslie's Rose, closing from off the pace under Irad Ortiz Jr. What an impressive win. A multiple length winner in the end. 3-6-7-1 across the finish line for the Grade 1 Central Bank. Ashland, congratulations to the Connections, and Whisper Hill Farm, Mandy Pope.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race. Number 3, Leslie's Rose, finished first. Number 6, Just FYI, was second. Number 7, Impel, was third. Number 1, Candide, was fourth. 3-6-7-1, unofficial. Race 9, results official. 3-6-7-1, the official results for Keeneland's featured ninth race. The official winner of Keeneland's featured ninth race, 87th running of the Central Bank Ashland Grade 1, number 3, Leslie's Rose. Owned by Whisper Hill Farm LLC of Mandy Pope, trained by Todd Pletcher, his second winner on the card, 3 wins today for Irad Ortiz Jr. Leslie's Rose, a 3-year-old filly by Into Mischief, out of Wildwood Rose by Galileo, winner bred in Kentucky by John Gunther and Euro West Bloodstock Services. A Keeneland September $1 million graduate, Leslie's Rose gets the mile and a 16th over the fast main track in 1 minute 43.85 seconds. Representing Central Bank, Mr. Luther Deaton, President and CEO, presents the trophy for the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland to the connections of Leslie's Rose.
Leslie's Rose, the winner of the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland, and here with winning rider Irad Ortiz Jr. Irad, take us through the trip. It seemed like an easy win in the end. She kind of drew clear from the field, but what happened in the beginning stages of this race?
She broke so good. I have a couple horses with speed outside, and they broke better than me. So after that, I have to sit off right behind them, and she handled it pretty well. Last time she did the same thing, so I was not afraid to be behind the speed, and I just buy my time. She was traveling beautiful every step of the way. Till the quarter pole, I was available to hit the clear, and she did the rest. She was ready.
Seemed pretty effortless in the end.
Yeah, she did. She kept galloping out after the wire, too. So we are very happy with her.
Congratulations, Irad.
Thank you.
Here with winning trainer Todd Pletcher. And Todd, last time out, the target was on her back. She was a heavy favorite in the Grade 2 Devona Dale. How did you regroup after that loss and decide to take her to the Ashland?
We didn't lose any confidence in her. She didn't have a great trip that day. I think she got a good education. That was the first time she'd kind of been in that scenario. You could see turning for home. Irad had an opportunity to go kind of into a tight spot, and she just wasn't experienced enough to do that at that time. But, we weren't down on her. She came back. She breezed beautifully, and so we said, let's just stick to the game plan, and glad we did.
How much confidence after this performance do you have in her leading into the Oaks?
I mean, she's always been a high-quality filly. She's always trained like she wants to run longer, and I think she proved that today, getting an opportunity to go 2 turns and finish with good energy. So, fingers crossed.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I was going to get Mandy Pope to congratulate her as well, but obviously winning connections, very excited here. And Leslie's Rose getting 100 points en route to the Kentucky Oaks this year. Congratulations to the winning connections of the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland.
Thank you, Gabby. The 10th and final race upcoming, including the Toyota Super High 5 wager. The turf is listed good. The rail at 0 feet. A reminder, take out the also eligibles 13 and 14. They did not draw into the race.
What an exciting day it has been, and finally we get to the 10th and final race, but this is just day one of a phenomenal spring meet here at Keeneland. Make sure you come back tomorrow for the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass with Kentucky Derby points on the line as well. We know who got the points for the Kentucky Oaks. That's Leslie's Rose. Now we get to today's nightcap. They're going to be heading out to the turf 1 mile and 3/16 for this maiden special weight, the one Moonlight Gambler you're looking at right now. This is going to be my top selection at 5-1. There are some trainers that really point for this meet in particular, and I do think that that is the case with trainer Ben Colebrook. He starts a lot of horses, and he has a lot of success here during the Keeneland spring and fall meets. So I think you kind of have to look at this last performance at Turfway and think to yourself, well, can this filly improve a couple of jumps because of the fact that Ben Colebrook really points his operation around the Keeneland spring meet? And if that's the case, that could put her right into the winner's circle. Also, considering her running style, I think more distance will be beneficial to her. So I love the fact that she gets more distance from the mile that she was at last time out to the mile and 3/16 today. The 2 Hidden Presence is next for trainer Graham Motion, and Graham always sends the right type of horses here. He can really pop with some prices, and the horses who are lower odds always run really consistently well. The 2 Hidden Presence, ran great last time out. Closed well from off of the pace into somewhat of a fast pace, but almost pulled off a win last time out. And I think the blinkers made a bit of a difference. This is a filly that has always kind of run on and just kind of flattened out in the final 16th of a mile. But you kind of saw her fight a little bit harder last time out with the addition of blinkers. So the blinkers stay back on her today, and I think the added distance could help her. She still has that closing kick, and she needs a well-timed move, but I do like her as the second choice. The 7 Missoula is next for trainer Christophe Clement, and she finished a good second last time out, stretching out to the mile and 1/8. She clearly did not like the synthetic surface whatsoever. She did not take a liking to it, but she came back to show improved speed in her second start from an inside post, and she almost won the thing. So I think today there doesn't seem to be a tremendous amount of pace. When I look at some of these other runners, there's just not a lot of speed in here. Maybe the 5 Lucky Speech, but there's not a ton of speed in here, so that could be a feather in the cap of the number 7 Missoula. She could break sharply, go to the lead, and continue success for jockey Irad Ortiz Jr., who once again is having phenomenal day on opening day of the Keeneland Spring Meet. Those are some thoughts here. We'll take a closer look at some of these fillies as they come trackside. We're 9 minutes out from the 10th and final.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Summer Wind. Maiden special weight, 3-year-old fillies, 1 mile and 3/16 over the turf, listed good. And race 10 features the Toyota Super High 5. Take out 13 and 14. They did not draw into the race. Reminder, the rail at 0 feet on the turf course today. Post time less than 5 minutes.
Taking a closer look at the field here as they warm up for this 10th and final race on opening day. The 7 Missoula definitely stood out to me from a physical standpoint. She just has a lot of class to her. Physically, she looks incredibly fit as well. Clearly, her last 2 races have really built up her stamina and her fitness for this test at 1 mile and 3/16. And she just has the look of a really nice turfy filly. She has the pedigree of a turfy filly as well. So the 7 Missoula, off of past performances and just looking at her energy and her physique here today, she certainly looks like the horse to beat. But I'll give you another horse here, and I'm actually surprised at the odds. 4-1 on the number 9, Just Deny. I did not use her in my top 3, but she was quite a looker here on the track side. She clearly cannot run on the main surface. She tried that in an off-the-turf event, first time out at Saratoga, but she really came together in her 3rd start of her season last year as a 2-year-old, almost winning a maiden special weight right here at Keeneland in the fall of last year. Today she does come in fresh off the layoff. She looks like a filly that could kind of get herself ready in the morning, just a naturally very athletic. So we'll see what she can do. I expect her to hopefully get somewhat of a forward trip and not have too much work to do at the end of the day. But a very competitive field here as they go postward. We're 1 minute out from the 10th.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Summer Wind. Your attention, please. A late scratch. Scratch number 11, Choate. Keeneland's 10th and final race, late scratch. Scratch number 11, Choate. Moving into line, race 10. Stephanie's Warrior comes forward along with Tonal Light. Justin I moves into line. Lucky Speech and Redo both move in. Faith Understood will be the last one to load. Comes forward now. Goes in at the post. And they're off. There goes Tonal Light toward the inside. Tonal Light right out for the early lead from Moonlight Gambler. Now here comes Lucky Speech moving up from the outside to challenge for the early lead as well. But Tonal Light has the advantage, gets over to the rail, leads it by almost a full length. It'll be Missoula moving up from between horses now to take over the second spot. Faith Understood goes third up to the far outside. And then Justin I, who's 3 wide in the fourth position as they start to enter that first turn, tries to angle down, save a little bit of ground there as they enter the turn. But back up front It is Tona Light who shows the way. Leads at 3/4 of a length. And then Faith Understood, second just off the leader's flank. Missoula now tucked away neatly into third position around the first turn, joined by Justin I in fourth. Lucky Speech is fifth. Handed Over sixth. Hidden Presence is seventh. Stephanie's Warrior is in eighth position, followed by Moonlight Gambler, who's down toward the inside, traveling in ninth. And then further back, Guinevere is 10th, and Redo last of 11. The opening quarter was 23.7. 47.82 was the time for the first half mile. Back up front, Tonal Light is the leader. Tonal Light leads it by a half length. Faith Understood is second by 2 lengths. Missoula is third by a head. Justin I fourth right alongside of that one. Lucky Speech is fifth and still running 4 lengths off the lead to the inside of Hand It Over, who is sixth up on the outside and challenging for fifth. They're midway on the final turn. Tonal Light, Faith Understood, separated by a half length. The top two with just over a quarter mile to go. Then a gap of 2 more lengths. Justin I is third. Missoula fourth. Hidden Presence is fifth. Lucky Speech is in sixth. They turn for home. Faith Understood alongside of Tonal Light. Justin I, Hidden Presence is fourth toward the inside. Missoula is still back there in fifth. Still 7 from the lead. Tonal Light now challenged once again by Faith Understood. Faith Understood gets a narrow lead from Tonal Light. Hidden Presence is running late with Moonlight Gambler. It is Faith Understood. Hidden Presence. Photo for the win in the nightcap. 138.96 for the mile, 158.73 for the mile and 3/16.
Another unbelievable photo finish here. The 12 Faith Understood making a bid at the top of the stretch. She looked like she had great action here. You see behind her, though, the number 2 horse, Hidden Presence, had a blind switch out a bit and try to find some room to close from off of it. And then we do see the number 1 horse, Moonlight Gambler, making a bid in the very late stages of the race. It's going to be a very close call. Let's take another look, a closer look at these top 2 horses. Pay attention to the 12 on the inside, the 2 in between, and the 1 making a late bid. It's too close for me to call. We'll let the photo finish decide.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 12, Faith Understood, finished first. Number 2, Hidden Presence, was second. Number 1, Moonlight Gambler, was third. Number 4, Tonal Light, finished fourth. And number 9, Justin I, was fifth. 12-2-1-4-9, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, the Summer Wind, number 12, Faith Understood, the unofficial winner, owned by Robert LaPenta, trained by Jonathan Thomas, Florent Giroux, the jockey. Faith Understood, 3-year-old filly by Catholic Boy out of Zia by Munnings, bred in Kentucky by White Horse Stable. 1 minute 58.73 for the mile and 3/16 over the turf listed good. In the winner's circle, the Summer Wind Trophy presentation to the connections of Faith Understood. Race 10, results official. 12-2-149, the official results. Carryover for tomorrow's card for the Toyota Super High 5, $11,320.75. Again, that'll be the carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. Consolation 5 of 6 on the pick 6 today. Carryover $66,547.65. That's the carryover on the pick 6. $66,000 plus. The late pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. A reminder, the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.